Chapter 1 of the Tragedy of the Korosko. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Tragedy of the Korosko by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 1. The public may possibly wonder why it is that they have never heard in the papers of the fate of the passengers of the Korosko. In these days of universal press agencies responsive to the slightest stimulus, it may well seem incredible that an international incident of such importance should remain so long unchronicled. Suffice it that there were very valid reasons, both of a personal and of a political nature, for holding it back. The facts were well known to a good number of people at the time, and some version of them did actually appear in a provincial paper, but was generally discredited. They have now been thrown into narrative form, the incidents having been collated from the sworn statements of Colonel Cochrane of the Army and Navy Club, and from the letters of Miss Adams of Boston, Massachusetts. These have been supplemented by the evidence of Captain Archer of the Egyptian Camel Corps, as given before the secret government inquiry at Cairo. Mr. James Stephens has refused to put his version of the matter into writing, but as these proofs have been submitted to him, and no correction or deletion has been made in them, it may be supposed that he has not succeeded in detecting any grave misstatement of fact, and that any objection which he may have to their publication depends rather upon private and personal scruples. The Korosko, a turtle-bottomed round-bowed stern-wheeler with a 30-inch draught and the lines of a flat iron, started upon the 13th of February in the year 1895 from Shellal at the head of the first cataract, bound for Wady Halfa. I have a passenger card for the trip, which I here reproduce. S. W. Korosko, February 13th. Passengers: Colonel Cochrane, London. Mr. Cecil Brown, London. John H. Headingley, Boston, USA. Miss Adams, Boston, USA. Miss S. Adams, Worcester, Massachusetts, USA. Monsieur Fardet, Paris. Mr. and Mrs. Belmont, Dublin. James Stephens, Manchester. Reverend John Stewart, Birmingham. Mrs. Schlesinger, nurse and child, Florence. This was the party as it started from Shellal, with the intention of travelling up the 200 miles of Nubian Nile which lie between the first and the second cataract. It is a singular country, this Nubia, varying in breadth from a few miles to as many yards, for the name is only applied to the narrow portion which is capable of cultivation. It extends in a thin green palm-fringed strip upon either side of the broad coffee-coloured river. Beyond it there stretches on the Libyan bank a savage and illimitable desert, extending to the whole breadth of Africa. On the other side an equally desolate wilderness is bounded only by the distant Red Sea. Between these two huge and barren expanses Nubia writhes like a green sandworm along the course of the river. Here and there it disappears altogether, and the Nile runs between black and sun-cracked hills, with the orange drift sand lying like glaciers in their valleys. Everywhere one sees traces of vanished races and submerged civilizations. Grotesque graves dot the hills, or stand up against the skyline, pyramidal graves, tumulus graves, rock graves, everywhere graves. And occasionally, as the boat rounds a rocky point, one sees a deserted city up above, houses, walls, battlements, with the sun shining through the empty window squares. Sometimes you learn that it has been Roman, sometimes Egyptian. Sometimes all record of its name and origin has been absolutely lost. You ask yourself in amazement why any race should build in so uncouth a solitude, and you find it difficult to accept the theory that this has only been of value as a guard house to the richer country down below, and that these frequent cities have been so many fortresses to hold off the wild and predatory men of the south. But whatever be their explanation, be it a fierce neighbour, or be it a climatic change, there they stand, these grim and silent cities, and up on the hills you can see the graves of their people, like the portholes of a man of war. It is through this weird dead country that the tourists smoke and gossip and flirt as they pass up to the Egyptian frontier. The passengers of the Korosko formed a merry party, for most of them had travelled up together from Cairo to Assuan, and even Anglo Saxon eyes thought rapidly upon the Nile. They were fortunate in being without the single disagreeable person who, in these small boats, is sufficient to mar the enjoyment of the whole party. On a vessel which is little more than a large steam launch, the bore, the cynic, or the grumbler holds the company at his mercy. But the Korosko was free from anything of the kind. Colonel Cochrane was one of those officers whom the British government, acting upon a large system of averages, declares at a certain age to be incapable of further service, and who demonstrate the worth of such a system by spending their declining years in exploring Morocco, or shooting lions in Somaliland. He was a dark, straight, aquiline man, with a courteously deferential manner, but a steady, questioning eye, very neat in his dress and precise in his habits, a gentleman to the tips of his trim finger nails. In his Anglo Saxon dislike to effusiveness he had cultivated a self contained manner which was apt at first acquaintance to be repellent, and he seemed to those who really knew him to be at some pains to conceal the kind heart and human emotions which influenced his actions. It was respect rather than affection which he inspired among his fellow travellers, for they felt, like all who had ever met him, that he was a man with whom acquaintance was unlikely to ripen into a friendship, though a friendship, when once attained, would be an unchanging and inseparable part of himself. He wore a grizzled military moustache, but his hair was singularly black for a man of his years. He made no allusion in his conversation to the numerous campaigns in which he had distinguished himself, and the reason usually given for his reticence was that they dated back to such early Victorian days that he had to sacrifice his military glory at the shrine of his perennial youth. Mr. Cecil Brown, to take the name in the chance order in which they appear upon the passenger list, was a young diplomatist from a continental embassy, a man slightly tainted with the Oxford manner, and erring upon the side of unnatural and inhuman refinement, but full of interesting talk and cultured thought. He had a sad, handsome face, a small wax-tipped moustache, a low voice, and a listless manner, which was relieved by a charming habit of suddenly lightening up into a rapid smile and gleam when anything caught his fancy. An acquired cynicism was eternally crushing and overlying his natural youthful enthusiasms, and he ignored what was obvious while expressing keen appreciation for what seemed to the average man to be either trivial or unhealthy. He chose Walter Pater for his travelling author, and sat all day, reserved but affable, under the awning, with his novel and his sketch book upon a camp stool beside him. His personal dignity prevented him from making advances to others, but if they chose to address him they found a courteous and amiable companion. The Americans formed a group by themselves. John H. Headingley was a New Englander, a graduate of Harvard, who was completing his education by a tour round the world. He stood for the best type of young American, quick, observant, serious, eager for knowledge, and fairly free from prejudice, with a fine balance of unsectarian but earnest religious feeling which held him steady amid all the sudden gusts of youth. He had less of the appearance and more of the reality of culture than the young Oxford diplomatist, for he had keener emotions, though less exact knowledge. Miss Adams and Miss Sadie Adams were aunt and niece, the former a little, energetic, hard-featured Bostonian old maid, with a huge surplus of unused love behind her stern and swarthy features. She had never been from home before, and she was now busy upon the self-imposed task of bringing the East up to the standard of Massachusetts. She had hardly landed in Egypt before she realized that the country needed putting to rights, and since the conviction struck her she had been very fully occupied. The saddle-galled donkeys, the starved pariah dogs, the flies round the eyes of the babies, the naked children, the importunate beggars, the ragged, untidy women, they were all challenges to her conscience, and she plunged in bravely at her work of reformation. As she could not speak a word of the language, however, and was unable to make any of the delinquents understand what it was that she wanted, her passage up the Nile left the immemorial East very much as she had found it, but afforded a good deal of sympathetic amusement to her fellow travellers. No one enjoyed her efforts more than her niece Sadie, who shared with Mrs. Belmont the distinction of being the most popular person upon the boat. She was very young, fresh from Smith College, and she still possessed many, both of the virtues and of the faults of a child. She had the frankness, the trusting confidence, the innocent straightforwardness, the high spirits, and also the loquacity and the want of reverence. But even her faults caused amusement, and if she had preserved many of the characteristics of a clever child, she was none the less a tall and handsome woman, who looked older than her years on account of that low curve of the hair over the ears, and that fullness of bodice and skirt which Mr. Gibson has either initiated or imitated. The whisk of those skirts and the frank, incisive voice and pleasant, catching laugh were familiar and welcome sounds on board of the Korosko. Even the rigid colonel softened into geniality, and the Oxford-bred diplomatist forgot to be unnatural with Miss Sadie Adams as a companion. The other passengers may be dismissed more briefly. Some were interesting, some neutral, and all amiable. Monsieur Fardet was a good-natured but argumentative Frenchman, who held the most decided views as to the deep machinations of Great Britain, and the illegality of her position in Egypt. Mr. Belmont was an iron-grey sturdy Irishman, famous as an astonishingly good long-range rifle shot, who had carried off nearly every prize which Wimbledon or Bisley had to offer. With him was his wife, a very charming and refined woman, full of the pleasant playfulness of her country. Mrs. Schlesinger was a middle-aged widow, quiet and soothing, with her thoughts all taken up by her 6-year-old child, as a mother's thoughts are likely to be in a boat which has an open rail for a bulwark. The Reverend John Stuart was a nonconformist minister from Birmingham, either a Presbyterian or a Congregationalist, a man of immense stoutness, slow and torpid in his ways, but blessed with a considerable fund of homely humour, which made him, I am told, a very favourite preacher, and an effective speaker from advanced radical platforms. Finally, there was Mr. James Stevens, a Manchester solicitor, junior partner of Hickson, Ward and Stevens, who was travelling to shake off the effects of an attack of influenza. Stevens was a man who, in the course of 30 years, had worked himself up from cleaning the firm's windows to managing its business. For most of that long time he had been absolutely immersed in dry technical work, living with the one idea of satisfying old clients and attracting new ones, until his mind and soul had become as formal and precise as the laws which he expounded. A fine and sensitive nature was in danger of being as warped as a busy city man's is liable to become. His work had become an ingrained habit, and being a bachelor, he had hardly an interest in life to draw him away from it, so that his soul was being gradually bricked up like the body of a medieval nun. But at last there came this kindly illness, and nature hustled James Stephens out of his groove, and sent him into the broad world, far away from roaring Manchester and his shelves full of calfskin authorities. At first he resented it deeply. Everything seemed trivial to him compared to his own petty routine. But gradually his eyes were opened, and he began dimly to see that it was his work which was trivial when compared to this wonderful, varied, inexplicable world of which he was so ignorant. Vaguely he realized that the interruption to his career might be more important than the career itself. All sorts of new interests took possession of him, and the middle-aged lawyer developed an afterglow of that youth which had been wasted among his books. His character was too formed to admit of his being anything but dry and precise in his ways, and a trifle pedantic in his mode of speech. But he read and thought and observed, scoring his Baedeker with underlinings and annotations, as he had once done his Prideaux's commentaries. He had travelled up from Cairo with a party, and had contracted a friendship with Miss Adams and her niece. The young American girl, with her chatter, her audacity, and her constant flow of high spirits, amused and interested him, and she in turn felt a mixture of respect and of pity for his knowledge and his limitations. So they became good friends, and people smiled to see his clouded face and her sunny one bending over the same guide book. The little Korosko puffed and spluttered her way up the river, kicking up the white water behind her, and making more noise and fuss over her 5 knots an hour than an Atlantic liner on a record voyage. On deck under the thick awning sat her little family of passengers, and every few hours she eased down and sidled up to the bank to allow them to visit one more of that innumerable succession of temples. The remains, however, grew more modern as one ascends from Cairo, and travellers who have seated themselves at Gizeh and Sakkara with the contemplation of the very oldest buildings which the hands of man have constructed, become impatient of temples which are hardly older than the Christian era. Ruins which would be gazed upon with wonder and veneration in any other country are hardly noticed in Egypt. The tourist viewed with languid interest the half Greek art of the Nubian bas reliefs. They climbed the hill of Korosko to see the sun rise over the savage eastern desert. They were moved to wonder by the great shrine of Abousir, where some old race has hollowed out a mountain as if it were a cheese. And finally, upon the evening of the 4th day of their travels, they arrived at Wady Halfa, the frontier garrison town, some few hours after they were due, on account of a small mishap in the engine room. The next morning was to be devoted to an expedition to the famous rock of Abousir, from which a great view may be obtained of the second cataract. At 8:30, as the passengers sat on deck after dinner, Mansour, the dragoman, half Copt, half Syrian, came forward, according to the nightly custom, to announce the programme for the morrow. "Ladies and gentlemen," said he, plunging boldly into the rapid but broken stream of his English, "tomorrow you will remember not to forget to rise when the gong strikes you, for to compress the journey before 12 o'clock. Having arrived at the place where the donkeys expect us, we shall ride 5 miles over the desert, passing a temple of Ammon Ra, which dates itself from the 18th dynasty, upon the way, and so reach the celebrated pulpit rock of Abousir. The pulpit rock is supposed to have been called so because it is a rock like a pulpit. When you have reached it you will know that you are on the very edge of civilization, and that very little more will take you into the country of the Dervishes, which will be obvious to you at the top. Having passed the summit you will perceive the full extremity of the second cataract, embracing wild natural beauties of the most dreadful variety. Here all very famous people carve their names, and so you will carve your names also. Mansour waited expectantly for a titter, and bowed to it when it arrived. You will then return to Wadi Halfa, and there remain 2 hours to inspect the camel corps, including the grooming of the beasts, and the bazaar before returning, so I wish you a very happy good night. There was a gleam of his white teeth in the lamplight, and then his long dark petticoats, his short English cover coat, and his red tarbouche vanished successively down the ladder. The low buzz of conversation which had been suspended by his coming broke out anew. "I am relying on you, Mr. Stevens, to tell me all about Abousir," said Miss Sadie Adams. "I do like to know what I am looking at right there at the time, and not 6 hours afterwards in my stateroom. I haven't got Abbo's symbol and the wall pictures straight in my mind yet, though I saw them yesterday." "I never hope to keep up with it," said her aunt. "When I'm safe back in Commonwealth Avenue and there's no dragoman to hustle me around, I'll have time to read about it all, and then I expect I shall begin to enthuse and want to come right back again. But it's just too good of you, Mr. Stevens, to try and keep us informed." "I thought that you might wish precise information, and so I prepared a small digest of the matter," said Stevens, handing a slip of paper to Miss Sadie. She looked at it in the light of the deck lamp, and broke into her low, hearty laugh. "Re Abousir," she read. "Now what do you mean by re, Mr. Stevens? You put re Rameses II on the last paper you gave me." "It's a habit I have acquired, Miss Sadie," said Stevens. "It is the custom in the legal profession when they make a memo." "Make what, Mr. Stevens?" "A memo. A memorandum, you know. We put re so and so to show what it is about." "I suppose it is a good, short way," said Miss Sadie, "but it feels queer somehow when applied to scenery or to dead Egyptian kings. Re Cheops, doesn't that strike you as funny?" "No, I can't say that it does," said Stevens. "I wonder if it is true that the English have less humour than the Americans, or whether it's just another kind of humour," said the girl. She had a quiet, abstracted way of talking, as if she were thinking aloud. "I used to imagine they had less. And yet, when you come to think of it, Dickens and Thackeray and Barrie and so many other of the humourists we admire most are Britishers. Besides, I never in all my days heard people laugh so hard as in that London theatre. There was a man behind us, and every time he laughed, auntie looked round to see if a door had opened, he made such a draught. But you have some funny expressions, Mr. Stevens." "What else strikes you as funny, Miss Sadie?" "Well, when you sent me the temple ticket and the little map, you began your letter 'Enclosed please find,' and then at the bottom in brackets you had 'to enclose.'" "That is the usual form in business." "Yes, in business," said Sadie demurely, and there was a silence. "There's one thing I wish," remarked Miss Adams in the hard metallic voice which she disguised her softness of heart, "and that is that I could see the legislature of this country and lay a few cold drawn facts in front of them. I'd make a platform of my own, Mr. Stevens, and run a party on my ticket. A bill for the compulsory use of eyewash would be one of my planks, and another would be for the abolition of those yashmak whale things which turn a woman into a bale of cotton goods with a pair of eyes looking out of it." "I never could think why they wore them," said Sadie, "until one day I saw one with her veil lifted. Then I knew." "They make me tired, those women," cried Miss Adams wrathfully. "One might as well try to preach duty and decency and cleanliness to a line of bolsters. Why, good land, it was only yesterday at Abousir, Mr. Stevens, I was passing one of their houses, if you can call a mud pie like that a house, and I saw two of the children at the door with the usual crust of flies round their eyes, and great holes in their poor little blue gowns. So I got off my donkey, and I turned up my sleeves, and I washed their faces well with my handkerchief, and sewed up the rents, for in this country I would as soon think of going ashore without my needle case as without my white umbrella, Mr. Stevens. Then, as I warmed on the job, I got into the room, such a room! And I packed the folks out of it, and I fairly did the chores as if I had been the hired help. I've seen no more of that temple of Abousir than if I had never left Boston. But, my sakes, I saw more dust and mess than you would think they could crowd into a house the size of a Newport bathing hut. From the time I pinned up my skirt until I came out with my face the colour of that smokestack wasn't more than an hour, or maybe an hour and a half. But I had that house as clean and fresh as a new pine wood box. I had a New York Herald with me, and I lined their shelf with paper for them. Well, Mr. Stevens, when I had done washing my hands outside, I came past the door again, and there were those two children sitting on the stoop with their eyes full of flies, and all just the same as ever, except that each had a little paper cap made out of the New York Herald upon his head. But say, Sadie, it's going on to 10 o'clock, and to-morrow an early excursion." "It's just too beautiful, this purple sky and the great silver stars," said Sadie. "Look at the silent desert and the black shadows of the hills. It's grand, but it's terrible too. And then when you think that we really are, as that dragoman said just now, on the very end of civilization, and with nothing but savagery and bloodshed down there where the Southern Cross is twinkling so prettily, why, it's like standing on the beautiful edge of a live volcano." "Shucks, Sadie, don't talk like that, child," said the older woman nervously. "It's enough to scare any one to listen to you." "Well, but don't you feel it yourself, auntie? Look at that great desert stretching away and away until it is lost in the shadows. Hear the sad whisper of the wind across it. It's just the most solemn thing that ever I saw in my life."
"I'm glad we've found something that will make you solemn, my dear," said her aunt. "I've sometimes thought, sakes alive, what's that?"
From somewhere amongst the hill shadows upon the other side of the river there had risen a high shrill whimpering, rising and swelling, to end in a long weary wail. "It's only a jackal, Miss Adams," said Stephens. "I heard one of them when we went out to see the swings by moonlight." But the American lady had risen, and her face showed that her nerves had been ruffled.
"If I had my time over again, I wouldn't have come past Aswan," said she. "I can't think what possessed me to bring you all the way up here, Sadie. Your mother will think that I am clean crazy, and I'd never dare to look her in the eye if anything went wrong with us. I've seen all I want to see of this river, and all I ask now is to be back at Cairo again."
"Why, auntie?" cried the girl. "It isn't like you to be faint-hearted."
"Well, I don't know how it is, Sadie, but I feel a bit unstrung, and that beast caterwauling over yonder was just more than I could put up with. There's one consolation, we are scheduled to be on our way home to morrow, after we've seen this one rock or temple or whatever it is. I'm full up of rocks and temples, Mr. Stevens. I shouldn't mope if I never saw another. Come, Sadie, good night."
"Good night. Good night, Miss Adams." And the two ladies passed down to their cabins. Monsieur Fardet was chatting in a subdued voice with Headingley, the young Harvard graduate, bending forward confidentially between the whiffs of his cigarette.
Dervishes, Mr. Headingley, said he, speaking excellent English, but separating his syllables as a Frenchman will. There are no dervishes. They do not exist. Why, I thought the woods were full of them, said the American. Monsieur Fardet glanced across to where the red core of Colonel Cochrane's cigar was glowing through the darkness. You are an American, and you do not like the English, he whispered. It is perfectly comprehended upon the continent that the Americans are opposed to the English. Well, said Headingley, with his slow, deliberate manner, I won't say that we have not our tiffs, and there are some of our people, mostly of Irish stock, who are always mad with England. But the most of us have a kindly thought for the mother country. You see, they may be aggravating folk sometimes, but after all they are our own folk, and we can't wipe that off the slate. Eh bien, said the Frenchman. At least I can say to you what I could not without offence say to these others, and I repeat that there are no dervishes. They were an invention of Lord Cromer in the year 1885. You don't say, cried Headingley. It is well known in Paris, and has been exposed in La Patrie, and other of our so well informed papers. Hat, this is colossal, said Headingley. Do you mean to tell me, Monsieur Fardet, that the siege of Khartoum and the death of Gordon and the rest of it was just one great bluff? I will not deny that there was an emeute, but it was local, you understand, and now long forgotten. Since then there has been profound peace in the Sudan. But I have heard of raids, Monsieur Fardet, and I've read of battles too, when the Arabs tried to invade Egypt. It was only 2 days ago that we passed Toski, where the dragoman said there had been a fight. Is that all bluff also? Pah, my friend, you do not know the English. You look at them as you see them with their pipes and their contented faces, and you say, now these are good simple folk, who will never hurt any one. But all the time they are thinking and watching and planning. Here is Egypt weak, they cry, allons, and down they swoop like a gull upon a crust. You have no right there, says the world. Come out of it. But England has already begun to tidy everything, just like the good Miss Adams when she forces her way into the house of an Arab. Come out, says the world. Certainly, says England. Just wait one little minute until I have made everything nice and proper. So the world waits for a year or so, and then it says once again, come out. Just wait a little, says England. There is trouble at Khartoum, and when I have set that all right, I shall be very glad to come out. So they wait until it is all over, and then again they say, come out. How can I come out, says England, when there are still raids and battles going on? If we were to leave, Egypt would be run over. But there are no raids, says the world. Oh, are there not, says England. And then, within a week, sure enough, the papers are full of some new raid of dervishes. We are not all blind, Mr. Headingley. We understand very well how such things can be done. A few Bedouins, a little backsheesh, some blank cartridges, and behold, a raid. Well, well, said the American, I'm glad to know the rights of this business, for it has often puzzled me. But what does England get out of it? She gets the country, monsieur. I see. You mean, for example, that there is a favourable tariff for British goods? No, monsieur, it is the same for all. Well, then, she gives the contracts to Britishers? Precisely, monsieur. For example, the railroads that they are building right through the country, the one that runs alongside the river, that would be a valuable contract for the British? Monsieur Fardet was an honest man, if an imaginative one. It is a French company, monsieur, which holds the railway contract, said he. The American was puzzled. They don't seem to get much for their trouble, said he. Still, of course, there must be some indirect pull somewhere. For example, Egypt, no doubt, has to pay and keep all those redcoats in Cairo. Egypt, monsieur? No, they are paid by England. Well, I suppose they know their own business best, but they seem to me to take a great deal of trouble, and to get mighty little in exchange. If they don't mind keeping order and guarding the frontier with a constant war against the Dervishes on their hands, I don't know why any one should object. I suppose no one denies that the prosperity of the country has increased enormously since they came. The revenue returns show that. They tell me also that the poor folks have justice, which they never had before." "What are they doing here at all?" cried the Frenchman angrily. "Let them go back to their island. We cannot have them all over the world." "Well, certainly, to us Americans, who live all in our own land, it does seem strange how you European nations are for ever slopping over into some other country which was not meant for you. It's easy for us to talk, of course, for we have still got room and to spare for all our people. When we begin pushing each other over the edge we shall have to start annexing also. But at present, just here in North Africa, there is Italy in Abyssinia, and England in Egypt, and France in Algiers." "France!" cried Monsieur Fardet. "Algiers belongs to France. You laugh, monsieur. I have the honour to wish you a very good night." He rose from his seat and walked off, rigid with outraged patriotism, to his cabin. End of chapter 1. Read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 2 of the Tragedy of the Korosko. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Tragedy of the Korosko by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 2. The young American hesitated for a little, debating in his mind whether he should not go down and post up the daily record of his impressions which he kept for his home-staying sister. But the cigars of Colonel Cochrane and of Cecil Brown were still twinkling in the far corner of the deck, and the student was acquisitive in the search of information. He did not quite know how to lead up to the matter, but the Colonel very soon did it for him. "Come on, Headingley," said he, pushing a camp stool in his direction. "This is the place for an antidote. I see that Fardet has been pouring politics into your ear. I can always recognize the confidential stoop of his shoulders when he discusses la haute politique," said the dandy diplomatist. "But what a sacrilege upon a night like this! What a nocturne in blue and silver might be suggested by that moon rising above the desert! There is a movement in one of Mendelssohn's songs which seems to embody it all, a sense of vastness, of repetition, the cry of the wind over an interminable expanse. The subtler emotions which cannot be translated into words are still to be hinted at by chords and harmonies." "It seems wilder and more savage than ever to night," remarked the American. "It gives me the same feeling of pitiless force that the Atlantic does upon a cold, dark winter day. Perhaps it is the knowledge that we are right there on the very edge of any kind of law and order. How far do you suppose that we are from any Dervishes, Colonel Cochrane?" "Well, on the Arabian side," said the Colonel, "we have the Egyptian fortified camp of Sarras about 40 miles to the south of us. Beyond that are 60 miles of very wild country before you would come down to the Dervish post at Akashe. On this other side, however, there is nothing between us and them." "Abousir is on this side, is it not?" "Yes, that is why the excursion to the Abousir Rock has been forbidden for the last year, but things are quieter now." "What is to prevent them from coming down on that side?" "Absolutely nothing," said Cecil Brown in his listless voice. "Nothing except their fears. The coming, of course, would be perfectly simple. The difficulty would lie in the return. They might find it hard to get back if their camels were spent,
and the Halford garrison with their beasts fresh got on their track. They know it as well as we do, and it has kept them from trying." "It isn't safe to reckon upon a Dervish's fears," remarked Brown. "We must always bear in mind that they are not amenable to the same motives as other people. Many of them are anxious to meet death, and all of them are absolute, uncompromising believers in destiny. They exist as a reductio ad absurdum of all bigotry, a proof of how surely it leads towards blank barbarism." "You think these people are a real menace to Egypt?" asked the American. "There seems, from what I have heard, to be some difference of opinion about it. Monsieur Fardet, for example, does not seem to think that the danger is a very pressing one." "I am not a rich man," Colonel Cochrane answered after a little pause, "but I am prepared to lay all I am worth that within 3 years of the British officers being withdrawn, the Dervishes would be upon the Mediterranean. Where would the civilization of Egypt be? Where would the hundreds of millions which have been invested in this country? Where the monuments which all nations look upon as most precious memorials of the past?" "Come now, Colonel," cried Headingley, laughing, "surely you don't mean that they would shift the pyramids?" "You cannot foretell what they would do. There is no iconoclast in the world like an extreme Mohammedan. Last time they overran this country they burnt the Alexandrian library. You know that all representations of the human features are against the letter of the Koran. A statue is always an irreligious object in their eyes. What do these fellows care for the sentiment of Europe? The more they could offend it, the more delighted they would be. Down would go the Sphinx, the Colossi, the statues of Abousir, as the saints went down in England before Cromwell's troopers." "Well now," said Headingley in his slow, thoughtful fashion, "suppose I grant you that the Dervishes could overrun Egypt, and suppose also that you English are holding them out. What I'm never done asking is, what reason have you for spending all these millions of dollars and the lives of so many of your men? What do you get out of it, more than France gets, or Germany, or any other country that runs no risk and never lays out a cent?" "There are a good many Englishmen who are asking themselves that question," remarked Cecil Brown. "It is my opinion that we have been the policemen of the world long enough. We policed the seas for pirates and slavers. Now we police the land for dervishes and brigands and every sort of danger to civilization. There is never a mad priest or a witch doctor or a firebrand of any sort on this planet who does not report his appearance by sniping the nearest British officer. One tires of it at last. If a Kurd breaks loose in Asia Minor, the world wants to know why Great Britain does not keep him in order. If there is a military mutiny in Egypt, or a jihad in the Soudan, it is still Great Britain who has to set it right. And all to an accompaniment of curses such as the policeman gets when he seizes a ruffian among his pals. We get hard knocks and no thanks, and why should we do it? Let Europe do its own dirty work." "Well," said Colonel Cochrane, crossing his legs and leaning forward with the decision of a man who has definite opinions, "I don't at all agree with you, Brown, and I think that to advocate such a course is to take a very limited view of our national duties. I think that behind national interests and diplomacy and all that there lies a great guiding force, a providence in fact, which is for ever getting the best out of each nation and using it for the good of the whole. When a nation ceases to respond, it is time that she went into hospital for a few centuries, like Spain or Greece. The virtue has gone out of her. A man or a nation is not placed upon this earth to do merely what is pleasant and what is profitable. It is often called upon to carry out what is both unpleasant and unprofitable. But if it is obviously right, it is mere shirking not to undertake it." Headingly nodded approvingly. "Each has its own mission. Germany is predominant in abstract thought, France in literature, art, and grace. But we and you, for the English speakers are all in the same boat, however much the New York Sun may scream over it, we and you have among our best men a higher conception of moral sense and public duty than is to be found in any other people. Now these are the two qualities which are needed for directing a weaker race. You can't help them by abstract thought or by graceful art, but only by that moral sense which will hold the scales of justice even, and keep itself free from every taint of corruption. That is how we rule India. We came there by a kind of natural law, like air rushing into a vacuum. All over the world, against our direct interests and our deliberate intentions, we are drawn into the same thing, and it will happen to you also. The pressure of destiny will force you to administer the whole of America from Mexico to the Horn." Headingly whistled. "Our Jingoes would be pleased to hear you, Colonel Cochrane," said he. "They'd vote you into our Senate and make you one of the Committee on Foreign Relations. The world is small, and it grows smaller every day. It's a single organic body, and one spot of gangrene is enough to vitiate the whole. There's no room upon it for dishonest, defaulting, tyrannical, irresponsible governments. As long as they exist, they will always be sources of trouble and of danger. But there are many races which appear to be so incapable of improvement that we can never hope to get a good government out of them. What is to be done then? The former device of Providence in such a case was extermination by some more virile stock, an Attila or a Tamerlane pruned off the weaker branch. Now we have a more merciful substitution of rulers, or even of mere advice from a more advanced race. That is the case with the Central Asian Khanates and with the protected states of India. If the work has to be done, and if we are the best fitted for the work, then I think that it would be a cowardice and a crime to shirk it." "But who is to decide whether it is a fitting case for your interference?" objected the American. "A predatory country could grab every other land in the world upon such a pretext." "Events, inexorable, inevitable events, will decide it. Take this Egyptian business as an example. In 1881 there was nothing in this world further from the minds of our people than any interference with Egypt. And yet 1882 left us in possession of the country. There was never any choice in the chain of events. A massacre in the streets of Alexandria, and the mounting of guns to drive out our fleet, which was there, you understand, in fulfilment of solemn treaty obligations, led to the bombardment. The bombardment led to a landing to save the city from destruction. The landing caused an extension of operations, and here we are, with the country upon our hands. At the time of trouble we begged and implored the French, or any one else, to come and help us to put the thing to rights, but they all deserted us when there was work to be done, although they are ready enough to scold and to impede us now. When we tried to get out of it, up came this wild Dervish movement, and we had to sit tighter than ever. We never wanted the task, but now that it has come, we must put it through in a workmanlike manner. We brought justice into the country, and purity of administration, and protection for the poor man. It has made more advance in the last 12 years than since the Moslem invasion in the 7th century. Except the pay of a couple of hundred men who spend their money in the country, England has neither directly nor indirectly made a shilling out of it. and I don't believe you will find in history a more successful and more disinterested bit of work. Headingley puffed thoughtfully at his cigarette. "There is a house near ours down on the Back Bay at Boston, which just ruins the whole prospect," said he. "It has old chairs littered about the stoop, and the shingles are loose, and the garden runs wild. But I don't know that the neighbours are exactly justified in rushing in, and stamping around, and running the thing on their own lines." "Not if it were on fire?" asked the Colonel. Headingly laughed and rose from his camp stool. "Well, it doesn't come within the provisions of the Monroe Doctrine, Colonel," said he. "I'm beginning to realise that modern Egypt is every bit as interesting as ancient, and that Rameses II wasn't the last live man in the country." The two Englishmen rose and yawned. "Yes, it is a whimsical freak of fortune which has sent men from a little island in the Atlantic to administer the land of the Pharaohs," remarked Cecil Brown. "We shall pass away again, and never leave a trace among these successive races who have held the country, for it is not an Anglo Saxon custom to write their deeds upon rocks. I dare say that the remains of a Cairo drainage system will be our most permanent record, unless they prove 1,000 years hence that it was the work of the Hyksos kings. But here is the shore party come back." Down below they could hear the mellow Irish accents of Mrs. Belmont, and the deep voice of her husband, the iron grey rifle shot. Mr. Stuart, the fat Birmingham clergyman, was thrashing out a question of piastres with a noisy donkey boy, and the others were joining in with chaff and advice. Then the hubbub died away, the party from above came down the ladder, there were good nights, the shutting of doors, and the little steamer lay silent, dark, and motionless in the shadow of the high Halfa bank. And beyond this one point of civilization and of comfort there lay the limitless, savage, unchangeable desert, straw coloured and dream-like in the moonlight, mottled over with the black shadows of the hills. End of chapter 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 3 of the Tragedy of the Korosko. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Tragedy of the Korosko by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 3. "Stoppa! Backa!" cried the native pilot to the European engineer. The bluff bows of the stern wheeler had squelched into the soft brown mud, and the current had swept the boat alongside the bank. The long gangway was thrown across, and the 6 tall soldiers of the Sudanese escort filed along it, their light blue gold-trimmed Zouave uniforms and their jaunty yellow and red forage caps showing up bravely in the clear morning light. Above them, on the top of the bank, was ranged the line of donkeys, and the air was full of the clamour of the boys. In shrill, strident voices each was crying out the virtues of his own beast, and abusing that of his neighbour. Colonel Cochrane and Mr. Belmont stood together in the bows, each wearing the broad white puggareed hat of the tourist. Miss Adams and her niece leaned against the rail beside them. "Sorry your wife isn't coming, Belmont," said the Colonel. "I think she had a touch of the sun yesterday. Her head aches very badly." His voice was strong and thick, like his figure. "I should stay to keep her company, Mr. Belmont," said the little American old maid. "But I learn that Mrs. Schlesinger finds the ride too long for her, and has some letters which she must mail to-day, so Mrs. Belmont will not be lonesome."
"You're very good, Miss Adams. We shall be back, you know, by 2 o'clock."
"Is that certain?" It must be certain, for we are taking no lunch with us, and we shall be famished by then." "Yes, I expect we shall be ready for a hock and seltzer at any rate," said the Colonel. "This desert dust gives a flavour to the worst wine."
"Now, ladies and gentlemen," cried Mansoor the dragoman, moving forward with something of the priest in his flowing garments and smooth, clean shaven face, "we must start early that we may return before the meridial heat of the weather." He ran his dark eyes over the little group of his tourists with a paternal expression. "You take your green glasses, Miss Adams, for glare very great out in the desert. Ah, Mr. Stewart, I set aside very fine donkey for you. Price donkey, sir, always put aside for the gentleman of most weight. Never mind to take your monument ticket today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you please." Like a grotesque frieze, the party moved one by one along the plank gangway and up the brown crumbling bank. Mr. Stevens led them, a thin, dry, serious figure in an English straw hat. His red Baedeker gleamed under his arm, and in one hand he held a little paper of notes, as if it were a brief. He took Miss Sadie by one arm and her aunt by the other as they toiled up the bank, and the young girl's laughter rang frank and clear in the morning air as Baedeker came fluttering down at their feet. Mr. Belmont and Colonel Cochrane followed, the brims of their sun hats touching, as they discussed the relative advantages of the Mauser, the Level, and the Limit fort. Behind them walked Cecil Brown, listless, cynical, self-contained. The fat clergyman puffed slowly up the bank, with many gasping witticisms at his own defects.
"I'm one of those men who carry everything before them,"
said he, glancing ruefully at his rotundity, and chuckling wheezily at his own little joke. Last of all came Headingley, slight and tall, with a student stoop about his shoulders, and Fardet, the good-natured, fussy, argumentative Parisian. "You see we have an escort today," he whispered to his companion.
"So I observed."
"Pah!" cried the Frenchman, throwing out his arms in derision.
"As we'll have an escort from Paris to Versailles. This is all part of the play, Monsieur Headingley. It deceives no one, but it is part of the play. Pourquoi ce drôle de militaire dragoman, hein?"
It was the dragoman's role to be all things to all men, so he looked cautiously round before he answered, to make sure that the English were mounted and out of earshot.
"C'est ridicule, monsieur," said he, shrugging his fat shoulders. "Mais que voulez-vous? C'est l'ordre officiel égyptien." "Egyptien, pas Anglais, Anglais, toujours Anglais," cried the angry Frenchman.
The frieze now was more grotesque than ever, but had changed suddenly to an equestrian one, sharply outlined against the deep blue Egyptian sky. Those who have never ridden before have to ride in Egypt, and when the donkeys break into a canter, and the Nile irregulars are at full charge, such a scene of flying veils, clutching hands, huddled swaying figures, and anxious faces is nowhere to be seen. Belmont, his square figure balanced upon a small white donkey, was waving his hat to his wife, who had come out upon the saloon deck of the Korosko. Cochrane sat very erect with a stiff military seat, hands low, head high, and heels down, while beside him rode the young Oxford man, looking about him with drooping eyelids, as if he thought the desert hardly respectable, and had his doubts about the universe. Behind them the whole party was strung along the bank in varying stages of jolting and discomfort, a brown-faced, noisy donkey boy running after each donkey. Looking back, they could see the little lead-collared stern wheeler with the gleam of Mrs. Belmont's handkerchief from the deck. Beyond ran the broad brown river, winding down in long curves to where, 5 miles off, the square white blockhouses upon the black, ragged hills marked the outskirts of Wady Halfa which had been their starting point that morning.
"Isn't it just too lovely for anything?" cried Sadie joyously. "I've got a donkey that runs on castors, and the saddle is just elegant. Did you ever see anything so cunning as these beads and things round his neck? You must make a memo. Re donkey, Mr. Stevens. Isn't that correct legal English?"
Stevens looked at the pretty, animated, boyish face looking up at him from under the coquettish straw hat, and he wished that he had the courage to tell her in her own language that she was just too sweet for anything. But he feared above all things lest he should offend her, and so put an end to their present pleasant intimacy. So his compliment dwindled into a smile. "You look very happy," said he.
"Well, who could help feeling good with this dry, clear air, and the blue sky, and the crisp yellow sand, and a superb donkey to carry you? I've just got everything in the world to make me happy."
"Everything?"
"Well, everything I have any use for just now."
"I suppose you never know what it is to be sad?"
"Oh, when I am miserable, I am just too miserable for words. I've sat and cried for days and days at Smith's College, and the other girls were just crazy to know what I was crying about, and guessing what the reason was that I wouldn't tell them, when all the time the real true reason was that I didn't know myself. You know how it comes like a great dark shadow over you, and you don't know why or wherefore, but you've just got to settle down to it and be miserable."
"But you never had any real cause?"
"No, Mr. Stevens. I've had such a good time all my life that I really don't think, when I look back, that I ever had any real cause for sorrow."
"Well, Miss Sadie, I hope with all my heart that you will be able to say the same when you are the same age as your aunt. Surely I hear her calling."
"I wish, Mr. Stevens, you would strike my donkey boy with your whip if he hits the donkey again," cried Mrs. Adams,
jogging up on a high raw-boned beast.
"Hi, Dragoman Mansour, you tell this boy that I won't have the animals ill-used, and that he ought to be ashamed of himself. Yes, you little rascal, you ought. He's grinning at me like an advertisement for a toothpaste. Do you think, Mr. Stevens, that if I were to knit that black soldier a pair of woolen stockings, he would be allowed to wear them? The poor creature has bandages round his legs."
"Those are his puttees, Miss Adams,"
said Colonel Cochrane, looking back at her.
"We have found in India that they are the best support to the leg in marching. They are very much better than any stocking."
"Well, you don't say. They remind me mostly of a sick horse. But it's elegant to have the soldiers with us, though Monsieur Fardet tells me there's nothing for us to be scared about."
"That is only my opinion, Miss Adams," said the Frenchman hastily. "It may be that Colonel Cochrane thinks otherwise."
"It is Monsieur Fardet's opinion against that of the officers who have the responsibility of caring for the safety of the frontier," said the Colonel coldly. "At least, we will all agree that they have the effect of making the scene very much more picturesque."
The desert upon their right lay in long curves of sand, like the dunes which might have fringed some forgotten primeval sea. Topping them they could see the black craggy summits of the curious volcanic hills which rise upon the Libyan side. On the crest of the low sand hills they would catch a glimpse every now and then of a tall sky blue soldier, walking swiftly, his rifle at the trail. For a moment the lank, warlike figure would be sharply silhouetted against the sky, then he would dip into a hollow and disappear, while some 100 yards off another would show for an instant and vanish.
"Wherever are they raised?" asked Sadie, watching the moving figures. "They look to me just about the same tint as the hotel boys in the States."
I thought some question might arise about them, said Mr. Stevens, who was never so happy as when he could anticipate some wish of the pretty American. I made one or two references this morning in the ship's library. Here it is. Re, that's to say, about black soldiers. I have it on my notes that they are from the 10th Sudanese Battalion of the Egyptian army. They are recruited from the Dinkas and the Shillooks, two Negroid tribes living to the south of the Dervish country, near the equator. "How can the recruits come through the Dervishes, then?" asked Headingley sharply.
I dare say there is no such very great difficulty over that, said Monsieur Fardet, with a wink at the American.
The older men are the remains of the old black battalions. Some of them served with Gordon at Khartoum, and have his medal to show. The others are many of them deserters from the Mahdi's army, said the colonel.
Well, so long as they are not wanted, they look right elegant in those blue jackets, Miss Adams observed. But if there was any trouble, I guess we would wish they were less ornamental and a bit whiter.
I'm not so sure of that, Miss Adams, said the colonel. I have seen these fellows in the field, and I assure you that I have the utmost confidence in their steadiness.
Well, I'll take your word without trying, said Miss Adams, with a decision which made every one smile.
So far their road had lain along the side of the river, which was swirling down upon their left hand, deep and strong, from the cataracts above. Here and there the rush of the current was broken by a black shining boulder, over which the foam was spouting. Higher up they could see the white gleam of the rapids, and the banks grew into rugged cliffs, which were capped by a peculiar, outstanding, semicircular rock. It did not require the dragoman's aid to tell the party that this was the famous landmark to which they were bound. A long level stretch lay before them, and the donkeys took it at a canter. At the farther side were scattered rocks, black upon orange, and in the midst of them rose some broken shafts of pillars, and a length of engraved wall, looking in its greyness and its solidity more like some work of nature than of man. The fat, sleek dragoman had dismounted, and stood waiting in his petticoats and his covercoat for the stragglers to gather round him.
This temple, ladies and gentlemen,
he cried with the air of an auctioneer who is about to sell it to the highest bidder.
Very fine example from the 18th dynasty. Here is the cartouche of Thotmes III.
He pointed up with his donkey whip at the rude but deep hieroglyphics upon the wall above him.
He lived 1600 years before Christ, and this is made to remember his victorious exhibition into Mesopotamia. Here we have his history from the time that he was with his mother until he returned with captives tied to his chariot. In this you see him crowned with Lower Egypt, and with Upper Egypt offering up sacrifice in honour of his victory to the god Ammon-Ra. Here he bring his captives before him, and he cut off each his right hand. In this corner you see a little pile, all right hands. My sakes, I shouldn't have liked to be here in those days, said Miss Adams.
Why, there is nothing altered, remarked Cecil Brown. The East is still the East. I've no doubt that within 100 miles, or perhaps a good deal less from where you stand—
Shut up, whispered the colonel, and the party shuffled on down the line of the wall, with their faces up and their big hats thrown backwards. The sun behind them struck the old grey masonry with a brassy glare, and carried on to it the strange black shadows of the tourists, mixing them up with the grim, high-nosed, square-shouldered warriors, and the grotesque, rigid deities who lined it. The broad shadow of the Reverend John Stuart of Birmingham smudged out both the heathen king and the god whom he worshipped.
What is this?
He was asking in his wheezy voice, pointing up with a yellow Aswan cane.
That is a hippopotamus,
said the dragoman, and the tourists all tittered, for there was just a suspicion of Mr. Stuart himself in the carving.
But it isn't bigger than a little pig, he protested. You see that the king is putting his spear through it with ease.
They make it small to show that it was a very small thing to the king, said the dragoman. So you see that all the king's prisoners do not exceed his knee, which is not because he was so much taller, but so much more powerful. You see that he is bigger than his horse, because he is a king and the other is only a horse. The same way these small women whom you see here and there are just his trivial little wives. Well now, cried Miss Adams indignantly, if they had sculpted that king's soul, it would have needed a lens to see it. Fancy his allowing his wives to be put in like that. If he did it now, Miss Adams, said the Frenchman, he would have more fighting than ever in Mesopotamia. But time brings revenge. Perhaps the day will soon come when we have the picture of the big strong wife and the trivial little husband, eh?
Cecil Brown and Headingley had dropped behind for the glib comments of the dragoman, and the empty, light-hearted chatter of the tourist jarred upon their sense of solemnity. They stood in silence watching the grotesque procession, with its sun hats and green veils, as it passed in the vivid sunshine down the front of the old grey wall. Above them two crested hoopoes were fluttering and calling amid the ruins of the pylon.
Isn't it a sacrilege? Said the Oxford man at last.
Well now, I'm glad you feel that about it, because it's how it always strikes me,
Headingley answered with feeling.
I'm not quite clear in my own mind how these things should be approached, if they are to be approached at all, but I'm sure this is not the way. On the whole, I prefer the ruins that I have not seen to those which I have.
The young diplomatist looked up with his peculiarly bright smile, which faded away too soon into his languid Blaise mask.
"I've got a map," said the American, "and sometimes far away from anything in the very midst of the waterless, trackless desert, I see ruins marked upon it, or remains of a temple, perhaps. For example, the temple of Jupiter Ammon, which was one of the most considerable shrines in the world, was hundreds of miles away back of anywhere. Those are the ruins, solitary, unseen, unchanging through the centuries, which appeal to one's imagination. But when I present a check at the door and go in as if it were Barnum's show, all the subtle feeling of romance goes right out of it."
"Absolutely," said Cecil Brown, looking over the desert with his dark, intolerant eyes.
If one could
come wandering here alone, stumble upon it by chance, as it were, and find one's self in absolute solitude in the dim light of the temple, with these grotesque figures all round, it would be perfectly overwhelming. A man would be prostrated with wonder and awe. But when Belmont is puffing his bulldog pipe, and Stewart is wheezing, and Miss Sadie Adams is laughing—"
"And that jay of a dragoman speaking his piece," said Headingley. "I want to stand and think all the time, and I never seem to get the chance. I was ripe for manslaughter when I stood before the Great Pyramid, and couldn't get a quiet moment because they would boost me on to the top. I took a kick at one man which would have sent him to the top in one jump if I had hit meat. But fancy travelling all the way from America to see the pyramid, and then finding nothing better to do than to kick an Arab in front of it."
The Oxford man laughed in his gentle, tired fashion.
"They are starting again,"
said he, and the two hastened forwards to take their places at the tail of the absurd procession. Their route ran now among large scattered boulders and between stony, shingly hills. A narrow, winding path curved in and out amongst the rocks. Behind them their view was cut off by similar hills, black and fantastic, like the slag heaps at the shaft of a mine. A silence fell upon the little company, and even Sadie's bright face reflected the harshness of nature. The escort had closed in and marched beside them, their boots scrunching amongst the loose black rubble. Colonel Cochrane and Belmont were still riding together in the van.
"Do you know, Belmont," said the Colonel in a low voice, "you may think me a fool, but I don't like this one little bit."
Belmont gave a short, gruff laugh.
"It seemed all right in the saloon of the Korosko, but now that we are here we do seem rather up in the air," said he. "Still, you know, a party comes here every week, and nothing has ever gone wrong." "I don't mind taking my chances when I am on the war path," the Colonel answered. "That's all straightforward and in the way of business. But when you have women with you, and a helpless crowd like this, it becomes really dreadful. Of course, the chances are 100 to 1 that we have no trouble. But if we should have, well, it won't bear thinking about. The wonderful thing is their complete unconsciousness that there is any danger whatever."
"Well, I like the English tailor-made dresses well enough for walking, Mr. Stevens," said Miss Sadie from behind them. "But for an afternoon dress I think the French have more style than the English. Your milliners have a more severe cut, and they don't do the cunning little ribbons and bows and things in the same way." The Colonel smiled at Belmont.
"She is quite serene in her mind, at any rate," said he. "Of course, I wouldn't say what I think to any one but you, and I dare say it will all prove to be quite unfounded." "Well, I could imagine parties of Dervishes on the prowl," said Belmont. "But what I cannot imagine is that they should just happen to come to the Pulpit Rock on the very morning when we are due there." "Considering that our movements have been freely advertised, and that every one knows a week beforehand what our programme is, and where we are to be found, it does not strike me as being such a wonderful coincidence." "It's a very remote chance," said Belmont stoutly, but he was glad in his heart that his wife was safe and snug on board the steamer. And now they were clear of the rocks again, with a fine stretch of firm yellow sand extending to the very base of the conical hill which lay before them. "Ayah! Ayah!" cried the boys. Whack came their sticks upon the flanks of the donkeys, which broke into a gallop, and away they all streamed over the plain. It was not until they had come to the end of the path which curves up the hill that the dragoman called a halt. "Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are a ride for the so famous pulpit rock of Abousir. From the summit you will presently enjoy a panorama of remarkable fertility. But first you will observe that over the rocky side of the hill are everywhere cut the names of great men who have passed it in their travels, and some of these names are older than the time of Christ." "Got Moses?" asked Miss Adams. "Auntie, I'm surprised at you," cried Sadie. "Well, my dear, he was in Egypt, and he was a great man, and he may have passed this way. Moses' name very likely there, and the same with Herodotus," said the dragoman gravely. "Both have been long worn away, but there on the brown rock you will see Belzoni, and up higher is Gordon. There is hardly a name famous in the Sudan which you will not find if you like. And now, with your permission, we shall take good-bye of our donkeys and walk up the path, and you will see the river and the desert from the summit of the top." A minute or two of climbing brought them out upon the semicircular platform which crowns the rock. Below them on the far side was a perpendicular black cliff 150 feet high, with a swirling foam-streaked river roaring past its base. The swish of the water and the low roar as it surged over the mid-stream boulders boomed through the hot, stagnant air. Far up and far down they could see the course of the river, a quarter of a mile in breadth, and running very deep and strong, with sleek black eddies and occasional spoutings of foam. On the other side was a frightful wilderness of black scattered rocks, which were the debris carried down by the river at high flood. In no direction were there any signs of human beings or their dwellings.
On the far side, said the dragoman, waving his donkey whip towards the east, is the military line which conducts Wadi Halfa to Sarras. Sarras lies to the south under that black hill. Those two blue mountains which you see very far away are in Dongola, more than 100 miles from Sarras. The railway there is 40 miles long, and has been much annoyed by the Dervishes, who are very glad to turn the rails into spears. The telegraph wires are also much appreciated thereby. Now, if you will kindly turn round, I will explain also what we see upon the other side. It was a view which when once seen must always haunt the mind. Such an expanse of savage and unrelieved desert might be part of some cold and burned out planet rather than of this fertile and bountiful earth. Away and away it stretched to die into a soft violet haze in the extreme distance. In the foreground the sand was of a bright golden yellow, which was quite dazzling in the sunshine. Here and there, in a scattered cordon, stood the 6 trusty negro soldiers leaning motionless upon their rifles, and each throwing a shadow which looked as solid as himself. But beyond this golden plain lay a low line of those black slag heaps, with yellow sand valleys winding between them. These in their turn were topped by higher and more fantastic hills, and these by others, peeping over each other's shoulders until they blended with that distant violet haze. None of these hills were of any height, a few 100 feet at the most, but their savage, saw-toothed crests and their steep scarps of sun-baked stone gave them a fierce character of their own. "The Libyan Desert," said the dragoman, with a proud wave of his hand. "The greatest desert in the world. Suppose you travel right west from here and turn neither to the north nor to the south, the first houses you would come to would be in America. That makes you homesick, Miss Adams, I believe?" But the American old maid had her attention drawn away by the conduct of Sadie, who had caught her arm by one hand and was pointing over the desert with the other. "Well, now, if that isn't too picturesque for anything!" she cried with a flush of excitement upon her pretty face. "Do look, Mr. Stevens! That's just the one only thing we wanted to make it just perfectly grand. See the men upon the camels coming out from between those hills." They all looked at the long string of red turbaned riders who were winding out of the ravine, and there fell such a hush that the buzzing of the flies sounded quite loud upon their ears. Colonel Cochrane had lit a match, and he stood with it in one hand and the unlit cigarette in the other, until the flame licked round his fingers. Belmont whistled. The dragoman stood staring with his mouth half opened, and a curious slaty tint in his full red lips. The others looked from one to the other with an uneasy sense that there was something wrong. It was the Colonel who broke the silence.
"By George, Belmont, I believe the 100 to 1 chance has come off," said he.
End of chapter 3. Read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 4 of the Tragedy of the Korosko. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Tragedy of the Korosko by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 4.
"What's the meaning of this, Mansoor?" cried Belmont harshly. "Who are these people, and why are you standing staring as if you had lost your senses?"
The dragoman made an effort to compose himself, and licked his dry lips before he answered. "I do not know who they are," said he in a quavering voice. "Who they are?"
cried the Frenchman. "You can see who they are. They are armed men upon camels, Abade, Bisharin, Bedouins, in short, such as are employed by the government upon the frontier." "By Jove, he might be right, Cochrane," said Belmont, looking inquiringly at the Colonel. "Why shouldn't it be as he says? Why shouldn't these fellows be friendlies?" "There are no friendlies upon this side of the river," said the Colonel abruptly. "I'm perfectly certain about that. There is no use in mincing matters. We must prepare for the worst." But in spite of his words they stood stock still in a huddled group, staring out over the plain. Their nerves were numbed by the sudden shock, and to all of them it was like a scene in a dream, vague, impersonal, and unreal. The men upon the camels had streamed out from a gorge which lay a mile or so distant on the side of the path along which they had travelled. Their retreat, therefore, was entirely cut off. It appeared from the dust and the length of the line to be quite an army which was emerging from the hills, for 70 men upon camels cover a considerable stretch of ground. Having reached the sandy plain, they were deliberately formed to the front, and then, at the harsh call of a bugle, they trotted forward in line, the party-coloured figures all swaying, and the sand smoking in a rolling yellow cloud at the heels of their camels. At the same moment the 6 black soldiers doubled in from the front with their martinis at the trail, and snuggled down like well-trained skirmishers behind the rocks upon the haunch of the hill. Their breech blocks all snapped together as their corporal gave them the order to load. And now suddenly the first stupor of the excursionists passed away, and was succeeded by a frantic and impotent energy. They all ran about upon the plateau of rock in an aimless, foolish flurry, like frightened fowls in a yard. They could not bring themselves to acknowledge that there was no possible escape for them. Again and again they rushed to the edge of the great cliff which rose from the river, but the youngest and most daring of them could never have descended it. The 2 women clung one on each side of the trembling Mansoor, with the feeling that he was officially responsible for their safety. When he ran up and down in his desperation, his skirts and theirs all fluttered together. Stevens, the lawyer, kept close to Sadie Adams, muttering mechanically, "Don't be alarmed, Miss Sadie, don't be at all alarmed," though his own limbs were twitching with agitation. Monsieur Fardet stamped about with a guttural rolling of R's, glancing angrily at his companions as if they had in some way betrayed him, while the fat clergyman stood with his umbrella up, staring stolidly with big frightened eyes at the camel men. Cecil Brown curled his small prim moustache, and looked white but contemptuous. The Colonel, Belmont, and the young Harvard graduate were the 3 most cool-headed and resourceful members of the party. "Better stick together," said the Colonel. "There's no escape for us, so we may as well remain united." "They've halted," said Belmont. "They are reconnoitring us. They know very well that there is no escape from them, and they are taking their time. I don't see what we can do." "Suppose we hide the women," Headingly suggested. "They can't know how many of us are here. When they have taken us, the women can come out of their hiding place and make their way back to the boat." "Admirable!" cried Colonel Cochrane. "Admirable! This way, please, Miss Adams. Bring the ladies here, Mansoor. There is not an instant to be lost." There was a part of the plateau which was invisible from the plain, and here in feverish haste they built a little cairn. Many flaky slabs of stone were lying about, and it did not take long to prop the largest of these against a rock, so as to make a lean-to, and then to put 2 side pieces to complete it. The slabs were of the same colour as the rock, so that to a casual glance the hiding place was not very visible. The 2 ladies were squeezed into this, and they crouched together, Sadie's arms thrown round her aunt. When they had walled them up, the men turned with lighter hearts to see what was going on. As they did so there rang out the sharp, peremptory crack of a rifle shot from the escort, followed by another and another.
But these isolated shots were drowned in the long spattering roll of an irregular volley from the plain, and the air was full of the fit, fit, fit of the bullets. The tourists all huddled behind the rocks, with the exception of the Frenchman, who still stamped angrily about, striking his sun hat with his clenched hand. Belmont and Cochrane crawled down to where the Sudanese soldiers were firing slowly and steadily, resting their rifles upon the boulders in front of them. The Arabs had halted about 500 yards away, and it was evident from their leisurely movements that they were perfectly aware that there was no possible escape for the travellers. They had paused to ascertain their number before closing in upon them. Most of them were firing from the backs of their camels, but a few had dismounted and were kneeling here and there, little shimmering white spots against the golden background. Their shots came sometimes singly in quick sharp throbs, and sometimes in a rolling volley, with a sound like a boy's stick drawn across iron railings. The hill buzzed like a beehive, and the bullets made a sharp crackling as they struck against the rocks.
"You do no good by exposing yourself,"
said Belmont, drawing Colonel Cochrane behind a large jagged boulder, which already furnished the shelter for 3 of the Sudanese.
"A bullet is the best we have to hope for," said Cochrane grimly. "What an infernal fool I have been, Belmont, not to protest more energetically against this ridiculous expedition. I deserve whatever I get, but it is hard on these poor souls who never knew the danger."
"I suppose there is no help for us?"
"Not the faintest."
"Don't you think this firing might bring the troops up from Halfa?"
"They'll never hear it. It's a good 6 miles from here to the steamer. From that to Halfa would be another 5.
"Well, when we don't return, the steamer will give the alarm."
"And where shall we be by that time?"
"My poor Norah, my poor little Norah," muttered Belmont in the depth of his grizzled moustache. "What do you suppose they will do with us, Cochrane?" he asked after a pause.
"They may cut our throats, or they may take us as slaves to Khartoum. I don't know that there is much to choose. There's one of us out of his troubles, anyhow."
The soldier next them had sat down abruptly, and leaned forward over his knees. His movement and attitude were so natural that it was hard to realize that he had been shot through the head. He neither stirred nor groaned. His comrades bent over him for a moment, and then, shrugging their shoulders, they turned their dark faces to the Arabs once more. Belmont picked up the dead man's martini and his ammunition pouch.
"Only 3 more rounds, Cochrane,"
said he, with the little brass cylinders upon the palm of his hand.
"We've let them shoot too soon and too often. We should have waited for the rush." "You're a famous shot, Belmont," cried the Colonel. "I've heard of you as one of the cracks. Don't you think you could pick off their leader?"
"Which is he?"
"As far as I can make out, it is that one on the white camel on their right front. I mean the fellow who is peering at us from under his 2 hands."
Belmont thrust in his cartridge and altered the sights.
"It's a shocking bad light for judging distance," said he.
"This is where the low point blank trajectory of the Limet Ford comes in useful. Well, we'll try him at 500. He fired, but there was no change in the white camel or the peering rider. "Did you see any sand fly?"
"No, I saw nothing."
"I fancy I took my sight a trifle too full."
"Try him again."
Man and rifle and rock were equally steady, but again the camel and chief remained unharmed. The 3rd shot must have been nearer, for he moved a few paces to the right, as if he were becoming restless. Belmont threw the empty rifle down with an exclamation of disgust.
"It's this confounded light!"
he cried, and his cheeks flushed with annoyance. "Think of my wasting 3 cartridges in that fashion! If I had him at Bisley, I'd shoot the turban off him, but this vibrating glare means refraction. What's the matter with the Frenchman?" Monsieur Fardet was stamping about the plateau with the gestures of a man who has been stung by a wasp. Sacre nom! Sacre nom! He shouted, showing his strong white teeth under his black waxed moustache. He wrung his right hand violently, and as he did so he sent a little spray of blood from his finger tips. A bullet had chipped his wrist. Headingly ran out from the cover where he had been crouching, with the intention of dragging the demented Frenchman into a place of safety. But he had not taken 3 paces before he was himself hit in the loins, and fell with a dreadful crash among the stones. He staggered to his feet, and then fell again in the same place, floundering up and down like a horse which has broken its back. "I'm done," he whispered as the Colonel ran to his aid, and then he lay still, with his china white cheek against the black stones. When but a year before he had wandered under the elms of Cambridge, surely the last fate upon this earth which he could have predicted for himself would be that he should be slain by the bullet of a fanatical Mohammedan in the wilds of the Libyan desert. Meanwhile the fire of the escort had ceased, for they had shot away their last cartridge. A second man had been killed, and a third, who was the corporal in charge, had received a bullet in his thigh. He sat upon a stone, tying up his injury, with a grave, preoccupied look upon his wrinkled black face, like an old woman piecing together a broken plate. The 3 others fastened their bayonets with a determined metallic rasp and snap, and the air of men who intended to sell their lives dearly. "They're coming!" cried Belmont, looking over the plain. "Let them come," the Colonel answered, putting his hands into his trouser pockets. Suddenly he pulled one fist out, and shook it furiously in the air. "Oh, the cads! The confounded cads!" he shouted, and his eyes were congested with rage. It was the fate of the poor donkey boys which had carried the self-contained soldier out of his usual calm. During the firing they had remained huddled, a pitiable group, among the rocks at the base of the hill. Now, upon the conviction that the charge of the Dervishes must come first upon them, they had sprung upon their animals with shrill, inarticulate cries of fear, and had galloped off across the plain. A small flanking party of 8 or 10 camel men had worked round while the firing had been going on, and these dashed in among the flying donkey boys, hacking and hewing with a cold-blooded, deliberate ferocity. One little boy in a flapping galabia kept ahead of his pursuers for a time, but the long stride of the camels ran him down, and an Arab thrust his spear into the middle of his stooping back. The small white-clad corpses looked like a flock of sheep trailing over the desert. But the people upon the rock had no time to think of the cruel fate of the donkey boys. Even the Colonel, after that first indignant outburst, had forgotten all about them. The advancing camel men had trotted to the bottom of the hill, had dismounted, and leaving their camels kneeling, had rushed furiously onward. 50 of them were clambering up the path and over the rocks together, their red turbans appearing and vanishing again as they scrambled over the boulders. Without a shot or a pause they surged over the 3 black soldiers, killing one and stamping the other 2 down under their hurrying feet. So they burst on to the plateau at the top, where an unexpected resistance checked them for an instant. The travellers, nestling up against one another, had awaited, each after his own fashion, the coming of the Arabs. The Colonel, with his hands back in his trouser pockets, tried to whistle out of his dry lips. Belmont folded his arms and leaned against a rock, with a sulky frown upon his lowering face. So strangely do our minds act, that his 3 successive misses, and the tarnish to his reputation as a marksman, was troubling him more than his impending fate. Cecil Brown stood erect, and plucked nervously at the upturned points of his little prim moustache. Monsieur Fardet groaned over his wounded wrist. Mr. Stevens, in sombre impotence, shook his head slowly, the living embodiment of prosaic law and order. Mr. Stuart stood, his umbrella still over him, with no expression upon his heavy face, or in his staring brown eyes. Headingly lay with that china white cheek resting motionless upon the stones. His sun hat had fallen off, and he looked quite boyish with his ruffled yellow hair and his unlined clean cut face. The dragoman sat upon a stone and played nervously with his donkey whip. So the Arabs found them when they reached the summit of the hill. And then, just as the foremost rushed to lay hands upon them, a most unexpected incident arrested them. From the time of the first appearance of the Dervishes, the fat clergyman of Birmingham had looked like a man in a cataleptic trance. He had neither moved nor spoken, but now he suddenly woke at a bound into strenuous and heroic energy. It may have been the mania of fear, or it may have been the blood of some berserk ancestor which stirred suddenly in his veins, but he broke into a wild shout, and, catching up a stick, he struck right and left among the Arabs with a fury which was more savage than their own. One who helped to draw up this narrative has left it upon record that, of all the pictures which have been burned into his brain, there is none so clear as that of this man, his large face shining with perspiration, and his great body dancing about with unwieldy agility as he struck at the shrinking, snarling savages. Then a spearhead flashed from behind a rock with a quick, vicious upward thrust. The clergyman fell upon his hands and knees, and the horde poured over him to seize their unresisting victims. Knives glimmered before their eyes, rude hands clutched at their wrists and at their throats, and then, with brutal and unreasoning violence, they were hauled and pushed down the steep winding path to where the camels were waiting below. The Frenchman waved his unwounded hand as he walked. "Vive le Khalifa! Vive le Mahdi!" he shouted, until a blow from behind with the butt end of a Remington beat him into silence. And now they were herded in at the base of the Abousir rock, this little group of modern types who had fallen into the rough clutch of the 7th century. For in all save the rifles in their hands there was nothing to distinguish these men from the desert warriors who first carried the crescent flag out of Arabia. The East does not change, and the Dervish raiders were not less brave, less cruel, or less fanatical than their forebears. They stood in a circle, leaning upon their guns and spears, and looking with exultant eyes at the dishevelled group of captives. They were clad in some approach to a uniform, red turbans gathered around the neck as well as the head, so that the fierce face looked out of a scarlet frame, yellow untanned shoes, and white tunics with square brown patches let into them. All carried rifles, and one had a small discoloured bugle slung over his shoulder. Half of them were negroes, fine, muscular men, with the limbs of a jet Hercules, and the other half were Baggara Arabs, small, brown, and wiry, with little vicious eyes and thin, cruel lips. The chief was also a Baggara, but he was a taller man than the others, with a black beard which came down over his chest, and a pair of hard, cold eyes which gleamed like glass from under his thick black brows. They were fixed now upon his captives, and his features were grave with thought. Mr. Stuart had been brought down, his hat gone, his face still flushed with anger, and his trousers sticking in one part to his leg. The two surviving Sudanese soldiers, their black faces and blue coats blotched with crimson, stood silently at attention upon one side of this forlorn group of castaways. The chief stood for some minutes stroking his black beard, while his fierce eyes glanced from one pale face to another along the miserable line of his captives. In a harsh, imperious voice he said something which brought Mansoor, the dragoman, to the front, with bent back and outstretched supplicating palms. To his employers there had always seemed to be something comic in that flapping skirt and short cover coat above it. but now, under the glare of the midday sun, with those faces gathered round them, it appeared rather to add a grotesque horror to the scene. The dragoman salaamed and salaamed like some ungainly automatic doll, and then, as the chief rasped out a curt word or two, he fell suddenly upon his face, rubbing his forehead into the sand, and flapping upon it with his hands.
"What's that, Cochrane?" asked Belmont. "Why is he making an exhibition of himself?" "As far as I can understand, it is all up with us," the Colonel answered.
"But this is absurd!" cried the Frenchman excitedly. "Why should these people wish any harm to me? I have never injured them. On the other hand, I have always been their friend. If I could but speak to them, I would make them comprehend. Hula, dragoman Mansour!"
The excited gestures of Monsieur Fardet drew the sinister eyes of the Baggara chief upon him. Again he asked a curt question, and Mansour, kneeling in front of him, answered it.
"Tell him that I am a Frenchman, dragoman. Tell him that I am a friend of the Khalifa. Tell him that my countrymen have never had any quarrel with him, but that his enemies are also ours." "The chief asks what religion you call your own," said Mansour. "The Khalifa, he says, has no necessity for any friendship from those who are infidels and unbelievers."
"Tell him that in France we look upon all religions as good."
"The chief says that none but a blaspheming dog and the son of a dog would say that all religions are one as good as the other. He says that if you are indeed the friend of the Khalifa, you will accept the Koran and become a true believer upon the spot. If you will do so, he will promise on his side to send you alive to Khartoum."
"And if not?"
"You will fare in the same way as the others."
"Then you may make my compliments to Monsieur the Chief, and tell him that it is not
the custom for Frenchmen to change their religion under compulsion."
The chief said a few words, and then turned to consult with a short, sturdy Arab at his elbow.
"He says, Monsieur Fardet," said the dragoman, "that if you speak again, he will make a trough out of you for the dogs to feed from. Say nothing to anger him, sir, for he is now talking what is to be done with us."
"Who is he?" asked the Colonel.
"It is Ali Wad Ibrahim, the same who raided last year and killed all of the Nubian village."
"I've heard of him," said the Colonel. "He has the name of being one of the boldest and the most fanatical of all the Khalifa's leaders. Thank God that the women are out of his clutches."
The two Arabs had been talking in that stern, restrained fashion which comes so strangely from a southern race. Now they both turned to the dragoman, who was still kneeling upon the sand. They plied him with questions, pointing first to one and then to another of their prisoners. Then they conferred together once more, and finally said something to Mansour, with a contemptuous wave of the hand, to indicate that he might convey it to the others.
"Thank heaven, gentlemen, I think that we are saved for the present time," said Mansour,
wiping away the sand which had stuck to his perspiring forehead.
"Ali Wad Ibrahim says that though an unbeliever should have only the edge of the sword from one of the sons of the Prophet, yet it might be of more profit to the Beit el Mal at Omdurman if it had the gold which your people will pay for you. Until it comes you can work as the slaves of the Khalifa, unless he should decide to put you to death. You are to mount yourselves upon the spare camels and to ride with the party."
The chief had waited for the end of the explanation. Now he gave a brief order, and a negro stepped forward with a long dull-coloured sword in his hand. The dragoman squealed like a rabbit who sees a ferret, and threw himself frantically down upon the sand once more.
"What is it, Cochrane?"
asked Cecil Brown, for the Colonel had served in the East, and was the only one of the travellers who had a smattering of Arabic.
"As far as I can make out, he says there is no use keeping the dragoman, as no one would trouble to pay ransom for him, and he is too fat to make a good slave."
"Poor devil!" cried Brown. "Here, Cochrane, tell them to let him go. We can't let him be butchered like this in front of us. Say that we will find the money amongst us.
I will be answerable for any reasonable sum." "I'll stand in as far as my means will allow," cried Belmont. "We will sign a joint bond or indemnity," said the lawyer. "If I had a paper and pencil I could throw it into shape in an instant, and the chief could rely upon its being perfectly correct and valid." But the Colonel's Arabic was insufficient, and Mansoor himself was too maddened by fear to understand the offer which was being made for him. The negro looked a question at the chief, and then his long black arm swung upwards, and his sword hissed over his shoulder. But the dragoman had screamed out something which arrested the blow, and which brought the chief and the lieutenant to his side with a new interest upon their swarthy faces. The others crowded in also, and formed a dense circle around the grovelling, pleading man. The Colonel had not understood this sudden change, nor had the others fathomed the reason of it, but some instinct flashed it upon Stephen's horrified perceptions. "Oh, you villain!" he cried furiously. "Hold your tongue, you miserable creature! Be silent! Better die, 1,000 times better die!" But it was too late, and already they could all see the base design by which the coward hoped to save his own life. He was about to betray the women. They saw the chief, with a brave man's contempt upon his stern face, make a sign of haughty assent. And then Mansoor spoke rapidly and earnestly, pointing up the hill. At a word from the Baggara, a dozen of the raiders rushed up the path, and were lost to view upon the top. Then came a shrill cry, a horrible strenuous scream of surprise and terror, and an instant later the party streamed into sight again, dragging the women in their midst. Sadie, with her young active limbs, kept up with them, as they sprang down the slope, encouraging her aunt all the while over her shoulder. The older lady, struggling amid the rushing white figures, looked with her thin limbs and open mouth like a chicken being dragged from a coop. The chief's dark eyes glanced indifferently at Miss Adams, but gazed with a smouldering fire at the younger woman. Then he gave an abrupt order, and the prisoners were hurried in a miserable, hopeless drove to the cluster of kneeling camels. Their pockets had already been ransacked, and the contents thrown into one of the camel food bags, the neck of which was tied up by Ali Wad Ibrahim's own hands. "I say, Cochrane," whispered Belmont, looking with smouldering eyes at the wretched Mansoor, "I've got a little hip revolver which they have not discovered. Shall I shoot that cursed dragoman for giving away the women?" The Colonel shook his head. "You'd better keep it," said he with a sombre face. "The women may find some other use for it before all is over." End of chapter 4. Read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 5 of the Tragedy of the Korosko. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Tragedy of the Korosko by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 5. The camels, some brown and some white, were kneeling in a long line, their champing jaws moving rhythmically from side to side, and their gracefully poised heads turning to right and left in a mincing, self-conscious fashion. Most of them were beautiful creatures, true Arabian trotters, with the slim limbs and finely turned necks which mark the breed. But among them were a few of the slower, heavier beasts, with ungroomed skins, disfigured by the black scars of old firings. These were loaded with the doora and the water skins of the raiders, but a few minutes sufficed to redistribute their loads and to make place for the prisoners. None of these had been bound with the exception of Mr. Stuart, for the Arabs, understanding that he was a clergyman and accustomed to associate religion with violence, had looked upon his fierce outburst as quite natural, and regarded him now as the most dangerous and enterprising of their captives.
His hands were therefore tied together with a plaited camel halter, but the others, including the dragoman and the two wounded blacks, were allowed to mount without any precaution against their escape, save that which was afforded by the slowness of their beasts. Then, with a shouting of men and a roaring of camels, the creatures were jolted on to their legs, and the long straggling procession set off with its backs to the homely river, and its face to the shimmering violet haze which hung round the huge sweep of beautiful terrible desert, striped tiger fashion with black rock and with golden sand. None of the white prisoners, with the exception of Colonel Cochrane, had ever been upon a camel before. It seemed an alarming distance to the ground when they looked down, and the curious swaying motion, with the insecurity of the saddle, made them sick and frightened. But their bodily discomfort was forgotten in the turmoil of bitter thoughts within. What a chasm gaped between their old life and their new! And yet how short was the time and space which divided them! Less than an hour ago they had stood upon the summit of that rock, and had laughed and chattered, or grumbled at the heat and flies, becoming peevish at small discomforts. Headingley had been hypercritical over the tints of nature. They could not forget his own tint as he lay with his cheek upon the black stone. Sadie had chattered about tailor-made dresses and Parisian chiffons. Now she was clinging half crazy to the pommel of a wooden saddle, with suicide rising as a red star of hope in her mind. Humanity, reason, argument, all were gone, and there remained the brutal humiliation of force. And all the time, down there by the second rocky point, their steamer was waiting for them, their saloon, with the white napery and the glittering glasses, the latest novel and the London papers. The least imaginative of them could see it so clearly, the white awning Mrs. Schlesinger with her yellow sun hat, Mrs. Belmont lying back in the canvas chair. There it lay almost in sight of them, that little floating chip broken off from home, and every silent, ungainly step of the camels was carrying them more hopelessly away from it. That very morning how beneficent Providence had appeared, how pleasant was life! A little commonplace perhaps, but so soothing and restful. And now! The red headgear, patched jibbehs, and yellow boots had already shown to the Colonel that these men were no wandering party of robbers, but a troop from the regular army of the Khalifa. Now, as they struck across the desert, they showed that they possessed the rude discipline which their work demanded. A mile ahead and far out on either flank rode their scouts, dipping and rising among the yellow sandhills. Ali Wad Ibrahim headed the caravan, and his short, sturdy lieutenant brought up the rear. The main party straggled over a couple of 100 yards, and in the middle was the little dejected clump of prisoners. No attempt was made to keep them apart, and Mr. Stevens soon contrived that his camel should be between those of the two ladies. "Don't be downhearted, Miss Adams," said he. "This is a most indefensible outrage, but there can be no question that steps will be taken in the proper quarter to set the matter right. I am convinced that we shall be subjected to nothing worse than a temporary inconvenience. If it had not been for that villain Mansoor, you need not have appeared at all." It was shocking to see the change in the little Bostonian lady, for she had shrunk to an old woman in an hour. Her swarthy cheeks had fallen in, and her eyes shone wildly from sunken, darkened sockets. Her frightened glances were continually turned upon Sadie. There is surely some wrecker angel which can only gather her best treasures in moments of disaster. For there were all these worldlings going to their doom, and already frivolity and selfishness had passed away from them, and each was thinking and grieving only for the other. Sadie thought of her aunt thought of Sadie, the men thought of the women, Belmont thought of his wife, and then he thought of something else also, and he kicked his camel's shoulder with his heel until he found himself upon the near side of Miss Adams. "I've got something for you here," he whispered. "We may be separated soon, so it is as well to make our arrangements."
"Separated!"
wailed Miss Adams. "Don't speak loud, for that infernal Mansoor may give us away again. I hope it won't be so, but it might. We must be prepared for the worst. For example, they might determine to get rid of us men and to keep you." Miss Adams shuddered.
"What am I to do? For God's sake, tell me what I am to do, Mr. Belmont. I'm an old woman. I have had my day. I could stand it if it was only myself. But Sadie, I am clean crazed when I think of her. There's her mother waiting at home, and I—"
She clasped her thin hands together in the agony of her thoughts. "Put your hand out under your dust cloak," said Belmont, sidling his camel up against hers. "Don't miss your grip of it. There, now hide it in your dress, and you'll always have a key to unlock any door." Miss Adams felt what it was which he had slipped into her hand, and she looked at him for a moment in bewilderment. Then she pursed up her lips and shook her stern brown face in disapproval. But she pushed the little pistol into its hiding place all the same, and she rode with her thoughts in a whirl. Could this indeed be she, Eliza Adams of Boston, whose narrow happy life had oscillated between the comfortable house in Commonwealth Avenue and the Tremont Presbyterian Church? Here she was, hunched upon a camel, with her hand upon the butt of a pistol, and her mind weighing the justifications of murder. Oh, life, sly, sleek, treacherous life! How are we ever to trust you? Show us your worst and we can face it, but it is when you are sweetest and smoothest that we have most to fear from you. "At the worst, Miss Sadie, it will only be a question of ransom," said Stephens, arguing against his own convictions. "Besides, we are still close to Egypt, far away from the Dervish country. There is sure to be an energetic pursuit. You must try not to lose your courage, and to hope for the best." "No, I am not scared, Mr. Stephens," said Sadie, turning towards him a blanched face which belied her words. "We're all in God's hands, and surely He won't be cruel to us. It is easy to talk about trusting Him when things are going well, but now is the real test. If He's up there behind that blue heaven—"
"He is," said a voice behind them,
and they found that the Birmingham clergyman had joined the party. His tied hands clutched on to his Makloofa saddle, and his fat body swayed dangerously from side to side with every stride of the camel. His wounded leg was oozing with blood and clotted with flies, and the burning desert sun beat down upon his bare head, for he had lost both hat and umbrella in the scuffle. A rising fever flecked his large white cheeks with a touch of colour, and brought a light into his brown ox eyes. He had always seemed a somewhat gross and vulgar person to his fellow travellers. Now this bitter healing draught of sorrow had transformed him. He was purified, spiritualized, exalted. He had become so calmly strong that he made the others feel stronger as they looked upon him. He spoke of life and of death, of the present and their hopes of the future, and the black cloud of their misery began to show a golden rift or two. Cecil Brown shrugged his shoulders, for he could not change in an hour the convictions of his life. But the others, even Fardet, the Frenchman, were touched and strengthened. They all took off their hats when he prayed. Then the Colonel made a turban out of his red silk cummerbund, and insisted that Mr. Stewart should wear it. With his homely dress and gorgeous headgear, he looked like a man who was dressed up to amuse the children. And now the dull, ceaseless, insufferable torment of thirst was added to the aching weariness which came from the motion of the camels. The sun glared down upon them, and then up again from the yellow sand, and the great plain shimmered and glowed until they felt as if they were riding over a cooling sheet of molten metal. Their lips were parched and dried, and their tongues like tags of leather. They lisped curiously in their speech, for it was only the vowel sounds which would come without an effort. Miss Adams's chin had dropped upon her chest, and her great hat concealed her face. "Auntie will faint if she does not get water," said Sadie. "Oh, Mr. Stephens, is there nothing we could do?" The Dervishes riding near were all Baggara, with the exception of one negro, an uncouth fellow with a face pitted with smallpox. His expression seemed good natured when compared with that of his Arab comrades, and Stephens ventured to touch his elbow and to point to his water skin and then to the exhausted lady. The negro shook his head brusquely, but at the same time he glanced significantly towards the Arabs, as if to say that, if it were not for them, he might act differently. Then he laid his black forefinger upon the breast of his jibbeh. "Tippy Tilly," said he.
What's that?
asked Colonel Cochrane. "Tippy Tilly," repeated the negro, sinking his voice as if he wished only the prisoners to hear him. The Colonel shook his head.
My Arabic won't bear much strain. I don't know what he's saying, said he.
"Tippy Tilly, Hicks Pasha," the negro repeated.
I believe the fellow is friendly to us, but I can't quite make him out, said Cochrane to Belmont. Do you think that he means that his name is Tippy Tilly and that he killed Hicks Pasha? The negro showed his great white teeth at hearing his own words coming back to him. "Aiva," said he. "Tippy Tilly Bimbashi Mormor Boom." "By Jove, I've got it!" cried Belmont. "He's trying to speak English. Tippy Tilly is as near as he can get to Egyptian artillery. He has served in the Egyptian artillery under Bimbashi Mortimer. He was taken prisoner when Hicks Pasha was destroyed, and had to turn Dervish to save his skin. How's that?" The Colonel said a few words of Arabic, and received a reply, but two of the Arabs closed up, and the negro quickened his pace and left them. "You're quite right," said the Colonel. "The fellow is friendly to us, and would rather fight for the Khedive than for the Khalifa. I don't know that he can do us any good, but I've been in worse holes than this, and come out right side up. After all, we are not out of reach of pursuit, and won't be for another 48 hours." Belmont calculated the matter out in his slow, deliberate fashion. "It was about 12 that we were on the rock," said he. "They would become alarmed aboard the steamer if we did not appear at 2. "Yes," the Colonel interrupted, "that was to be our lunch hour. I remember saying that when I came back I would have Oh, Lord, it's best not to think of it." "The race was a sleepy old crock," Belmont continued, "but I have absolute confidence in the promptness and decision of my wife. She would insist upon an immediate alarm being given. Suppose they started back at 2:30, they should be at Halfa by 3, since the journey is downstream. How long did they say that it took to turn out the Camel Corps?" "Give them an hour." "And another hour to get them across the river. They would be at the Abousir rock and pick up the tracks by 6 o'clock. After that it is a clear race. We are only 4 hours ahead, and some of these beasts are very spent. We may be saved yet, Cochrane." "Some of us may. I don't expect to see the padre alive to morrow, nor Miss Adams either. They are not made for this sort of thing, either of them. Then again, we must not forget that these people have a trick of murdering their prisoners when they see that there is a chance of a rescue. See here, Belmont, in case you get back and I don't, there's a matter of a mortgage that I want you to set right for me." They rode on with their shoulders inclined to each other, deep in the details of business. The friendly negro who had talked of himself as Tippy Tilly had managed to slip a piece of cloth soaked in water into the hand of Mr. Stephens, and Miss Adams had moistened her lips with it. Even the few drops had given her renewed strength, and now that the first crushing shock was over, her wiry, elastic Yankee nature began to reassert itself.
"These people don't look as if they would harm us, Mr. Stevens," said she. "I guess they have a working religion of their own, such as it is, and that what's wrong to us is wrong to them."
Stephen shook his head in silence. He had seen the death of the donkey boys, and she had not.
"Maybe we're sent to guide them into a better path," said the old lady. "Maybe we are specially singled out for a good work among them."
If it were not for her niece, her energetic and enterprising temperament was capable of glorying in the chance of evangelizing Khartoum, and turning Omdurman into a little well drained, broad avenued replica of a New England town. "Do you know what I am thinking of all the time?" said Sadie. "You remember that temple that we saw? When was it?" "Why, it was this morning." They gave an exclamation of surprise, all three of them. Yes, it had been this morning, and it seemed away and away in some dim past experience of their lives. So vast was the change, so new and so overpowering the thoughts which had come between. They rode in silence, full of this strange expansion of time, until at last Stephens reminded Sadie that she had left her remark unfinished. "Oh yes, it was the wall picture on that temple that I was thinking of. Do you remember the poor string of prisoners who are being dragged along to the feet of the great king? How dejected they looked among the warriors who led them. Who could, who could have thought that within 3 hours the same fate should be our own? And Mr. Headingley." She turned her face away and began to cry.
"Don't take on, Sadie," said her aunt. "Remember what the minister said just now, that we are all right there in the hollow of God's hand. Where do you think we are going, Mr. Stevens?"
The red edge of his Baedeker still projected from the lawyer's pocket, for it had not been worth their captors' while to take it. He glanced down at it. "If they will only leave me this, I will look up a few references when we halt. I have a general idea of the country, for I drew a small map of it the other day. The river runs from south to north, so we must be travelling almost due west. I suppose they fear pursuit if they kept too near the Nile bank. There is a caravan route, I remember, which runs parallel to the river, about 70 miles inland. If we continue in this direction for a day we ought to come to it. There is a line of wells through which it passes. It comes out at Asyut, if I remember right, upon the Egyptian side. On the other side it leads away into the Dervish country, so perhaps—" His words were interrupted by a high, eager voice, which broke suddenly into a torrent of jostling words, words without meaning, pouring strenuously out in angry assertions and foolish repetitions. The pink had deepened to scarlet upon Mr. Stuart's cheeks. His eyes were vacant but brilliant, and he gabbled, gabbled, gabbled as he rode. Kindly Mother Nature, she will not let her children be mishandled too far. This is too much, she says. This wounded leg, these crusted lips, this anxious, weary mind, come away for a time until your body becomes more habitable. And so she coaxes the mind away into the nirvana of delirium, while the little cell workers tinker and toil within to get things better for its homecoming. When you see the veil of cruelty which nature wears, try and peer through it, and you will sometimes catch a glimpse of a very homely, kindly face behind. The Arab guards looked askance at this sudden outbreak of the clergyman, for it verged upon lunacy, and lunacy is to them a fearsome and supernatural thing. One of them rode forward and spoke with the Emir. When he returned he said something to his comrades, one of whom closed in upon each side of the minister's camel so as to prevent him from falling. The friendly negro sidled his beast up to the colonel and whispered to him.
"We are going to halt presently, Belmont," said Cochrane.
"Thank God! They may give us some water. We can't go on like this."
"I told Tippy Tilly that if he could help us we would turn him into a Bimbashi when we got him back into Egypt. I think he is willing enough if he only had the power. By Jove, Belmont, do look back at the river.
The route, which had lain through sand-strewn khors with jagged black edges, places up which one would hardly think it possible that a camel could climb, opened out now on to a hard, rolling plain, covered thickly with rounded pebbles, dipping and rising to the violet hills upon the horizon. So regular were the long, brown, pebble-strewn curves that they looked like the dark rollers of some monstrous ground swell. Here and there a little straggling sage-green tuft of camel grass sprouted up between the stones. Brown plains and violet hills, nothing else in front of them. Behind lay the black jagged rocks through which they had passed with orange slopes of sand, and then far away a thin line of green to mark the course of the river. How cool and beautiful that green looked in the stark, abominable wilderness! On one side they could see the high rock, the accursed rock which had tempted them to their ruin. On the other the river curved, and the sun gleamed upon the water. Oh, that liquid gleam! And the insurgent animal cravings, the brutal primitive longings, which for the instant took the soul out of all of them. They had lost families, countries, liberty, everything, but it was only of water, water, water that they could think. Mr. Stuart in his delirium began roaring for oranges, and it was insufferable for them to have to listen to him. Only the rough, sturdy Irishman rose superior to that bodily craving. That gleam of river must be somewhere near Halfa, and his wife might be upon the very water at which he looked. He pulled his hat over his eyes, and rode in gloomy silence, biting at his strong iron grey moustache. Slowly the sun sank towards the west, and their shadows began to trail along the path where their hearts would go. It was cooler, and a desert breeze had sprung up, whispering over the rolling stone-strewed plain. The Emir at their head had called his lieutenant to his side, and the pair had peered about, their eyes shaded by their hands, looking for some landmark. Then, with a satisfied grunt, the chief's camel had seemed to break short off at its knees, and then at its hocks, going down in three curious broken jointed jerks, until its stomach was stretched upon the ground. As each succeeding camel reached the spot it lay down also, until they were all stretched in one long line. The rider sprang off, and laid out the chopped tibbin upon cloths in front of them, for no well-bred camel will eat from the ground. In their gentle eyes, their quiet leisurely way of eating, and their condescending mincing manner, there was something both feminine and genteel, as though a party of prim old maids had foregathered in the heart of the Libyan desert. There was no interference with the prisoners, either male or female, for how could they escape in the centre of that huge plain? The Emir came towards them once, and stood combing out his blue-black beard with his fingers, and looking thoughtfully at them out of his dark, sinister eyes. Miss Adams saw with a shudder that it was always upon Sadie that his gaze was fixed. Then, seeing their distress, he gave an order, and a negro brought a water skin, from which he gave each of them about half a tumblerful. It was hot and muddy, and tasted of leather, but oh, how delightful it was to their parched palates! The Emir said a few abrupt words to the dragoman, and left. "Ladies and gentlemen," Mansour began, with something of his old consequential manner, but a glare from the Colonel's eyes struck the words from his lips, and he broke away into a long whimpering excuse for his conduct. "How could I do anything otherwise?" he wailed, "with the very knife at my throat?"
You will have the very rope round your throat if we all see Egypt again, growled Cochrane savagely. In the meantime "That's all right, Colonel," said Belmont, "but for our own sakes we ought to know what the chief has said." "For my part, I'll have nothing to do with the blackguard."
"I think that is going too far. We are bound to hear what he has to say."
Cochrane shrugged his shoulders. privations had made him irritable, and he had to bite his lip to keep down a bitter answer. He walked slowly away with his straight-legged military stride. "What did he say, then?" asked Belmont, looking at the dragoman with an eye which was as stern as the Colonel's.
"He seems to be in a somewhat better manner than before. He said that if he had more water you should have it, but that he is himself short in supply. He said that tomorrow we shall come to the wells of Selima, and everybody shall have plenty, and the camels too."
"Did he say how long we stopped here?"
"Very little rest," he said, "and then forward. Oh, Mr. Belmont!"
"Hold your tongue!" snapped the Irishman, and began once more to count times and distances. If it all worked out as he expected, if his wife had insisted upon the indolent Ray's giving an instant alarm at Halfa, then the pursuers should be already upon their track. The camel corps or the Egyptian horse would travel by moonlight better and faster than in the daytime. He knew that it was the custom at Halfa to keep at least a squadron of them all ready to start at any instant. He had dined at the mess, and the officers had told him how quickly they could take the field. They had shown him the water tanks and the food beside each of the beasts, and he had admired the completeness of the arrangements, with little thought as to what it might mean to him in the future. It would be at least an hour before they would all get started again from their present halting place. That would be a clear hour gained, perhaps, by next morning. And then suddenly his thoughts were terribly interrupted. The Colonel, raving like a madman, appeared upon the crest of the nearest slope, with an Arab hanging on to each of his wrists. His face was purple with rage and excitement, and he tugged and bent and writhed in his furious efforts to get free.
"You cursed murderers!"
he shrieked, and then, seeing the others in front of him,
"Belmont!" he cried. "They've killed Cecil Brown!"
What had happened was this. In his conflict with his own ill humour, Cochrane had strolled over this nearest crest, and had found a group of camels in the hollow beyond, with a little knot of angry, loud-voiced men beside them. Brown was the centre of the group, pale, heavy-eyed, with his upturned spiky moustache and listless manner. They had searched his pockets before, but now they were determined to tear off all his clothes in the hope of finding something which he had secreted. A hideous negro with silver bangles in his ears grinned and jabbered in the young diplomatist's impassive face. There seemed to the Colonel to be something heroic and almost inhuman in that white calm, and those abstracted eyes. His coat was already open, and the negro's great black paw flew up to his neck and tore his shirt down to the waist. And at the sound of that rip, and at the abhorrent touch of those coarse fingers, this man about town, this finished product of the 19th century, dropped his life traditions and became a savage facing a savage. His face flushed, his lips curled back, he chattered his teeth like an ape, and his eyes, those indolent eyes which had always twinkled so placidly, were gorged and frantic. He threw himself upon the negro and struck him again and again, feebly but viciously, in his broad black face. He hit like a girl, round arm, with an open palm. The man winced away for an instant, appalled by this sudden blaze of passion. Then, with an impatient snarling cry, he slid a knife from his long loose sleeve and struck upwards under the whirling arm. Brown sat down at the blow and began to cough as a man coughs who has choked at dinner, furiously, ceaselessly, spasm after spasm. Then the angry red cheeks turned to a mottled pallor, there were liquid sounds in his throat, and clapping his hand to his mouth, he rolled over on to his side. The negro, with a brutal grunt of contempt, slid his knife up his sleeve once more, while the Colonel, frantic with impotent anger, was seized by the bystanders and dragged, raving with fury, back to his forlorn party. His hands were lashed with a camel halter, and he lay at last in bitter silence beside the delirious nonconformist. So Headingley was gone, and Cecil Brown was gone, and their haggard eyes were turned from one pale face to another, to know which they should lose next of that frieze of light-hearted riders who had stood out so clearly against the blue morning sky, when viewed from the deck chairs of the Korosko. Two gone out of 10, and a third out of his mind. The pleasure trip was drawing to its climax. Fardet the Frenchman was sitting alone with his chin resting upon his hands and his elbows upon his knees, staring miserably out over the desert, when Belmont saw him start suddenly and prick up his head like a dog who hears a strange step. Then with clenched fingers he bent his face forward and stared fixedly towards the black eastern hills through which they had passed. Belmont followed his gaze, and yes, yes, there was something moving there. He saw the twinkle of metal, and the sudden gleam and flutter of some white garment. A Dervish vidette upon the flank turned his camel twice round as a danger signal, and discharged his rifle in the air. The echo of the crack had hardly died away before they were all in their saddles, Arabs and negroes. Another instant and the camels were on their feet and moving slowly towards the point of alarm. Several armed men surrounded the prisoners, slipping cartridges into their Remingtons as a hint to them to remain still.
By heaven, they are men on camels!
Cried Cochrane, his troubles all forgotten as he strained his eyes to catch sight of these newcomers.
I do believe that it is our own people.
In the confusion he had tugged his hands free from the halter which bound them.
They've been smarter than I gave them credit for, said Belmont, his eyes shining from under his thick brows. They are here a long 2 hours before we could have reasonably expected them. Hooray, Monsieur Fardet! Ça va bien, n'est-ce pas? Hurrah, hurrah, merveilleusement bien! Vivant les Anglais! Vivant les Anglais!
Yelled the excited Frenchman, as the head of a column of cavalry began to wind out from among the rocks.
See here, Belmont, cried the colonel. These fellows will want to shoot us if they see it's all up. I know their ways, and we must be ready for it. Will you be ready to jump on the fellow with the blind eye? And I'll take the big nigger if I can get my arms round him. Stevens, you must do what you can. You, Fardet, comprenez-vous? Il est nécessaire to plug these Johnnies before they can hurt us. You, Dragoman, tell those 2 Sudanese soldiers that they must be ready, but... His words died into a murmur, and he swallowed once or twice. These are Arabs, said he, and it sounded like another voice.
Of all the bitter day, it was the very bitterest moment. Happy Mr. Stuart lay upon the pebbles with his back against the ribs of his camel, and chuckled consumedly at some joke which those busy little cell workers had come across in their repairs. His fat face was wreathed and creased with merriment, but the others, how sick, how heart-sick were they all! The women cried. The men turned away in that silence which is beyond tears. Monsieur Fardet fell upon his face and shook with dry sobbings. The Arabs were firing their rifles as a welcome to their friends, and the others, as they trotted their camels across the open, returned the salutes and waved their rifles and lances in the air. They were a smaller band than the first one, not more than 30, but dressed in the same red headgear and patched jibbehs. One of them carried a small white banner with a scarlet text scrawled across it. But there was something there which drew the eyes and the thoughts of the tourists away from everything else. The same fear gripped at each of their hearts, and the same impulse kept each of them silent. They stared at the swaying white figure half seen amidst the ranks of the desert warriors. "What's that they have in the middle of them?" cried Stephens at last. "Look, Miss Adams, surely it is a woman." There was something there upon a camel, but it was difficult to catch a glimpse of it. And then suddenly, as the 2 bodies met, the riders opened out, and they saw it plainly. "It's a white woman."
The steamer has been taken."
Belmont gave a cry that sounded high above everything.
"Norah, darling," he shouted, "keep your heart up. I'm here, and it is all well."
End of chapter 5. Read by Lars Rolander.